Good morning, friends. Happy Monday. How y'all doing? Did you have a good weekend? Conk, have a good day in school. I hope you learn much. Mule Juice was first today. Well, no, Conk was first today. Mule Juice was second. Necromancer was third. Fantasy did mention that there were a couple of days this week that she might not be able to be here. Ross, good morning. Here we go. What is the usual? I can, yep. Same as every other day. At least there's nothing else filling out the third draft finally. That's great. That's great. I did a little bit of art and a little bit of gaming over the weekend. I don't think I did any work on this piece. I can't remember. It's still hot during the day. Oh yeah, I know. Oh, gross. It's been so gross. I've been learning hard lessons and trying to record doing arting. Yeah, it takes a little bit of figuring out. God, I'm trying to yawn and swallow at the same time. Did not work. You should just start telling your family, if you don't give me 24 hours notice that you've got to go somewhere, unless it's an actual emergency, like you are dying, I am not going to take you. Let's see if I can adjust my lamp here a little bit. I'm not enjoying the position of the ring light. There's no other place I can put it. So I have it off today, and I'm trying that. Because, God, my guitar's been looking so angry. Vicious, even. And turn the AC off in your building so it's not per unit. Huh. Oh. I had my maracas out to take them, and I'm just, like, ignoring them. Everybody take your meds. Neff isn't here to remind me. I need Neff to remind me. Now. Yeah, I just can't stay passive because it's killing me, and also how my parents seem to somehow be confused about why I'm upset all the time. Yeah. Yeah, you have to set boundaries. You're an adult, they're adults. Boundaries exist for a reason. I think it's important that you set those. Like here, I can't drive. Well, like, I can drive. Somebody has to go with me if I want to drive, and I don't know the car very well, and I'm having trouble with my knees, so driving a standard is, like, really shitty. But, like, I have not asked them to take me anywhere. I have not asked them to go out and get me anything at all. And, I don't want to ask. Like, if I need to go to the mall or something, like, it's a 25-minute walk if I'm really slow. It's not that bad. I'll just walk there. It'll be good for me. Ugh, I had to put cream in my tea this morning because my brother only bought me 1 liter of milk, and that's good for like 4 cups of tea. Because I like milky tea. But there's no room in the fridge when you go shopping to buy like the usual 4-liter bag of milk. And we don't have a milk carafe anymore. Should have brought mine from Kitchener. What is my avatar doing? He's being silly. It's a little bit better. The tracking's a little bit harder today because I've turned off my ring light. Well, let me turn it back on and maybe like set it really low. Maybe that won't be so bad. Yeah, that's good. To make another adjustment though. That's better. Okay, if we set it really low, then I don't go blind and the tracking can see me. You can control how cold or hot you want it per unit. It's heated. Oh god, all heating or all do that sucks, Mujas. That's when you need like all your windows open and a big fan. Couple of fans, just push the air around. My parents don't turn on the heating or cooling unless they have to. Whereas like we turned on the cooling as soon as it hit 25 degrees here when I was living with Sai, so I'm used to being able to be nice and cool. And when my parents turn on the heating and it gets too hot, I die. I don't care if it's freezing cold. I don't mind the cold. It's the heat, man. Yeah. I have my right knee is, well, it's the one you use for the clutch. And, my right knee just sometimes stops working, and it's kind of hard to drive a manual when you need to clutch. I have made Maddie's skirt too dark. Let's jump into this while we talk, because I would like to get this painting done so that I can work on a commission. I made the darks too dark here. Just ever so slightly. Fantasy! Well, I'm gonna say hello to you so that you're not sad, and I'm gonna give you e-hugs. I want this sort of bluish gray right here. Fantasy, what's wrong? I'm a fan, but I get the afternoon sun. Oh, yeah. How are the kittens doing? I need to take some more pictures of Tesla as he's settling into the apartment, or not to the apartment, into the house. He's starting to get there. I found out that my friend from university, her cat Norbert, passed away. He was an amazing little bean. He's kind of like Tesla in that, like, he was a bit derp. He wasn't a normal cat. He had a corkscrew tail. He could straighten it out just fine. But he just didn't. It was just curled all the time. I'm very sad that Norbert just passed away. Well, time, the great equalizer that comes for all of us. Some of us, not soon enough. I want not to get into that. His coat was really starting to bother me because I figured out how to paint fabric after I had painted. Very true, Ross. I brought them over to Mom's on Saturday for a sleepover, so now they're going to stay on a bit longer. Nice. Are they the adventurous types of kittens who aren't terrified of everything, unlike Tesla? Tesla's a scared boy. Alright, let's grab this color here. We'll go back to our airbrush. Set to color mode. Look at that. It just whoop, from silver to gold. This is why it's important to know what your blending modes do. Do have to be careful though. I think I'm gonna sneeze. It took them a day, but I came out and played. Oh, there it is. Oh, like I'm out playing with the family yesterday. That's great. Yeah, Tesla still hardly leaves my room. Right here, I see this problem. Better. Alright, I wanted to fix a bit in here. Just the small changes make a world of difference. You can tell where I wasn't quite feeling confident in the fabric. Nugget just wants his mama. Yeah, he sleeps with me now. Like, I'll wake up and he'll just, like, his butt will be against my face. But, like, the backside of his butt where the top of his tail is. Or he'll be on top of my hip. And I don't even feel it. You know how sensitive my hips are, meters. Learning some lessons recording art and also games. You know, try to make OBS record games with a more clear recording. Yeah, OBS has some, like, deeper settings that you have to get into. I recommend looking up an OBS tutorial for YouTube, specifically for recording for YouTube, because there's some compression things that you have to change in the settings that are, like, pretty deep in there to make really nice recordings. And also, I did post something to news yesterday in the channel about YouTube using AI to enhance your videos, especially, like, artists are finding this is happening. And it's horrible because that means YouTube is changing your videos, and yeah, they're not posting the video as it was intended to be seen, because they're like, oh, we're gonna add this AI smoothing filter bullshit to things. And yeah, Ross, it's enraging as an artist. Like, I wonder if I can sue them for altering my artwork. Thank you, Dwarf. Posture check. And a hydrate. everybody on Shrimp Thine Spines, give yourself a little gentle stretch. Oh. Wiggle back and forth. Make sure you move your legs. It's important to move your legs. I've been having a lot of trouble with my left knee lately, and I'm not sure why. It's super stiff and doesn't seem to want to move, but I don't have a doctor to go see, so fuck me, I guess. YouTube be YouTube. YouTube can go fuck itself, yes. You notice I don't stream to YouTube? I will never live stream to YouTube. I hate the community interaction system on YouTube so much that I don't care if I'll make money there. I won't stream there. They don't, their emote selection sucks. You can't reply to somebody and create like a little thread in the chat. You can't at someone. It's real. Well, yeah, you can at someone, but it's like you can't just hit reply to that person, and it's really dumb. Yeah, the problem is like pulling your videos from YouTube. Where are you gonna put them? TikTok's doing it too. They're adding AI smoothing to artist stuff. I don't know if Instagram started doing it yet. And to think, like, all this AI stuff is also altering... it's not only altering our works, but it's also using all of those resources to run that. There are places in Texas that are running out of water because in Arizona and Utah, because these data centers are sucking up all the water. And they're like, oh, we're asking residents to not shower for a little while because there's not enough water. Meanwhile, the data centers are using 380 million gallons of water a day. This is absurd. Power prices are going up all over the United States because of these data centers. And not just data centers, but the AI data centers specifically. Yeah, you can say it as much as you like. There are people who use AI out of spite against artists. Because they want us to suffer. Because they don't think that art is valuable. And it's just, like, that video just made me so mad. And I'm like, I need to stop being mad, man. Don't be mad. Get even. But the problem is, like, running a company, like, YouTube and Twitch actually lose money because electricity costs are so high. Build your own nuclear reactor and run your data center off of that. Start a power company. That's how you get even. You start a power company, and then you use that power company to run a competitor to YouTube. This is why all these big companies, the big data companies like Google and Meta and whatever, are all researching ways to get cheaper electricity. Or they're fighting for like less taxes wherever they're building their data center, or like free utilities that the state pays for. Ultimately, which is really bad. It's really dumb. People are fucked over by the corporations. I just can't take it anymore. Even like Twitch is no better. I only prefer Twitch for the interaction because it's better for the audience. Well, if you don't have fuel rods, then you don't need water for that. And also, they don't use a whole bunch of water and then just turf it. They use that water for a long time. That water is in a closed system because it's well, it goes against the fuel rods. It just keeps cycling, and it's steam pressured. Well, not steam pressured, but it's if air gets in there, it will flash into steam, and that's bad. That's when you get explosions. It's extremely hot water under pressure, and it's only still water because it's under pressure. When I say nuclear reactor, I don't mean like the standard nuclear reactor. I mean a lifter, like a liquid fluoride thorium reactor. Those don't use water. They use a liquid salt. Yeah, no, Chernobyl was caused by a void coefficient problem in the reactor. That was exacerbated by a known error in the system. So they created void spaces using. It's hard to explain. It's yeah. There was room inside the reactor core for steam to flash and explode. Yeah, the 2019 show did take a lot of liberties. It was television. It was still fascinating and very well done. Like, the character Homyuk was a replacement for, like, hundreds of other scientists that were also working on this problem. Yes, they did take the time to explain how a reactor works. It wasn't perfect, but it was good. As for lifters, salt, particularly like fluoride salts, they have a very low melting point. So, and they like to be a solid. So they don't flash, expand like water does. Water is actually a very strange substance. It expands when it freezes, and it also expands when it turns into a gas. It's one of the only substances that actually does that. Most other things contract when they freeze, but water expands when it freezes. It's really weird. But liquid fluoride, well, it's only liquid because it's too hot to be a solid. And if the power shuts down to a liquid fluoride reactor, so let's go over here. I'm gonna pen tool. And so a liquid fluoride. This is very, very, very extremely simplified. You've got your reactor here. And you've got your pipes going in, and then you've got another pipe at the bottom. Comes out the bottom and goes off into the reactor, and it continues its cycle. And that's the liquid salt. But right here, you've got this thing called a plug, and it's kept frozen. So it's really chilly. Draw the world's shittiest snowflake. Okay, it's kept really cold. Ice cube cold. beyond ice cube gold, and there's this big vat at the bottom underneath this plug, and there's a drain pipe that goes in here. So your water's normally coming through this way, or your fluid. In this case, it's the salt. But if the reactor loses power, the power that runs the whole system, which is what happens when a regular reactor melts down, there's nothing to pump the water. So you've got your regular reactor with all the rods in here. Water comes in through the top, and there's usually this big dome space where the reactors can get pulled out of. And the only reason this dome space is here is in hopes that if something does flash, it stays contained in the dome. Also, domes are really... Actually, no, I believe it's the containment that's the dome. Yeah, it's the containment. So, sorry. Containment is the dome. The reactors are flat, but the rods come up through here. This is assuming that you've got a reactor with control rods like this. And again, the water comes out through the bottom, goes through the system. Now, what happens when your power gets cut off, world's shittiest lightning bolt, there's nothing to run the pumps. So we'll just use little arrows for the pumps. Right? There's nothing to run the pumps that run the whole system, so your water cuts off, and the water here just keeps getting hotter and hotter and hotter, and eventually it just can't take it anymore, and it explodes. With a lifter, what happens is if the power gets cut off here, and you've got your reactor with little rods in it, if the power gets cut off, this melts. This frozen salt plug that's blocking this area here melts, and instead of the water going up this way, it all drains, liquid salt, it all drains into here, and it stays a liquid for a little while, and then it starts to cool off, and it becomes a solid. And that's the most basic difference in the absolute most layman terms I can put it. I'm not a nuclear scientist. I'm not a nuclear engineer. This is just what I know about the difference between regular water reactors and lifters, or MRSA, or molten salt reactors, liquid fluoride thorium reactors. Good morning, Death, with your confusing quotes. But that's the difference between a water-cooled reactor and a salt reactor. And I'm only using the NaCl because I don't know the one for liquid fluoride. But this is sodium. You want fluoride. Whatever the scientific term for fluoride is. So yeah, that is the basics of the difference between a liquid fluoride thorium reactor and a water-cooled reactor. The absolute basics of basics. I hope that was educational and correct. I'm probably wrong in some ways of how things work and how it's actually set up, but that's the gist of it. So I hope that was educational. So yeah, you can run a nuclear reactor without any water. And if you have the right kind of reactor, so it's called a breeder reactor, it creates its own fuel. And the thing about like thorium reactors is that they can also take the half-spent fuel from other generations of reactors and other types of reactors, and that fuel gets processed down into something that they can use. And what comes out of that reactor is, while it's screamingly radioactive, terrifyingly radioactive, it's only radioactive for 300 years and not 10,000. So we don't have to worry about storage for 10,000 years and like all of the all of the like language changes that they're trying to account for. They don't have to account for that, because they could just use that partially spent fuel that they have now and put it in a thorium breeder reactor that is a liquid fluoride thorium reactor, LFTR, or lifter, and use it up. And then they only have to account for 300 years of language shift, which humans can account for quite nicely. Because we've been able to figure out languages that are 2,000 years old. So 300, nothing for us. And especially in our digital information age where things are a lot more connected, the only thing you have to worry about is like a complete collapse of the human race in like a decade or two to really, for it to be a problem. But you know, if you got like a 100 situation where like the people come back down on the planet after 100 years and like language has shifted and changed and stuff, I don't think you really got to worry about the screamingly radioactive stuff in the highly protected, you know, vault where they're putting it, because it's already halfway, or a little under halfway done its little time bake there. And the fact that we're not doing this is insane. Like, why are we still building the old ones? We knew how to build these in the 1950s. At the same time as we came up with the other reactors. And you want to know why they chose the other ones? It's because they make bombs. They make the fissile material that you need to make bombs. And money. Money is the other reason why they chose it. Because they could patent how to make the fuel, the yellow cake and the pellets and stuff for the other one. And so they decided not to go with the lifter. And now we know. And the lifters, they make medical isotopes that we need. So, what's better, medicine or bombs? I'm good with the medicine, and the, while more terrifyingly radioactive, not as bad as long. The long-term radioactive ones, really bad. Because, well, we have to account for things like language drift and catastrophes and storage volume. If we set it up kind of like a winery, in a sense, where after 300 years you can pull the stuff out at the other end, while you're putting new stuff in at the front end, you know, a FIFO model, first in, first out, you can take these containers out of the storage from the other side while putting new stuff in at one side to make room. Wow, what a concept. Just using programming sort models here. I know too many things. Guys, I know too many things. Oh, I'm not boring. Yeah, I mean, it was kind of a rhetorical question, but like, which would you rather have, medical isotopes or bombs? Anyway, back to Metal Gear. But I hope that was a little bit educational for you. I think if more people talk about these subjects, the more people that know about them, the better. The name Canada originates from the Huron-Iroquois word Kanata, which means village or settlement. Yes, I know this. We actually, I live in Ottawa, and one of our little townships within Ottawa is called Kanata. And I think everybody says Canada, but I say Kanata. Kanata. Yeah, no, it's part of our heritage moments. In Canada, we have a we have this thing on the CBC called Heritage Moments, and they're just like little asides that come up between shows. It's sort of like a little commercial break that tells you about the heritage of Canada, and that's one of them. And also, we invented basketball. And then there was another one that wasn't a heritage moments, but it was one of those little educational things that popped up about the risks of advertising, and it was the Canadian House Hippos. So if you go to YouTube and search for the Canadian House Hippos video, you'll see that. So search for the heritage moments. So CBC Heritage Moments and Canadian House Hippos. And that one was particularly about critical thinking in advertisement and media, to inform people that, like, not everything you hear is real, and we need a hell of a lot more of that in advertising. Capitalism and evil. Alright, let's continue work on the fabric here. Am I even on the right layer? I am not. I'm going to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Space! That's good old Tim Curry. A bit too late for that now. Humans will ruin everything in their quest for profit. I'm going to... over here with this. You don't know where exactly it's from? Yep, Command and Conquer. This whole thing needs some work. Jay. I'm gonna throw some of this color down here. I want more of the light to come in here as well. These are pretty long claw-like, teeth-like things. Sorry, I'm not looking at the chat at the moment. Let's disappear a little bit further this way. Gonna have to do a little bit of fixing. That's a wee bit better. Breathe, Ross. Breathe. AI is killing itself, so, if we just start to refuse using these services and, you know, artists speak up about it, I wonder if there's a way for these artists to actually sue YouTube and these big companies for this, because they're performing alterations on their work without consent. And I hope it happens. Like because I upload my VODs to YouTube, and I'm collecting my VODs to make shorts of these works. I see that it gets altered by YouTube. I'm gonna see if I can go to a lawyer and sue them. Because they're performing alterations on works of art without the consent of the artist or permission. Well, consent, permission, same thing. And without their knowledge. Like, they haven't told anyone this is something that they're doing. It's nowhere in the terms of service. I didn't agree to it. They just added it. Go back to uploading shit to DeviantArt, for Christ's sake. Except it's full of nothing but AI porn and slop. And DeviantArt switched to using their stupid AI model too. We need a new DeviantArt. A long time ago I was working on something like that because I hated the changes that DeviantArt was making. And I wanted to make something that was a little bit better, and maybe I should. Maybe I should just go do it. Best thing is a skeleton. You live forever and you can breathe underwater, but you can't eat. Yeah, I'd rather not. You also can't feel anything. And while I don't like the pain that I feel all the time, I also like the feeling of petting my cat and getting hugs. Hugs are superior to immortality. Remember about DeviantArt is all the shipping. It asked me to moderate Feel Your Bones. Reminded of Metallo. How about we make a site called Artist Alley? Put a thing that stops AI from getting uploaded, and it can be a place for real artists to hang out and share their works. That would be nice. I would probably spell it with an EY instead of just a Y because it looks like Artist Ally instead of Artist Alley. Because Americans spell things wrong. What I miss was all the various attempts at being creative with art. Also where I came across a bunch of artists I followed. Yeah, I found a lot of people through DeviantArt too. I've made a lot of friends through DeviantArt. See Charlie Kirk tribute art. The guy draws furries and anthros, and he's a Charlie Kirk fan. Charlie Kirk would have hated this man. Or artist, person. Whoever they are. This individual, Charlie Kirk would have hated them. I guarantee it. They post Charlie tribute art. Charlie Kirk tribute art. I guarantee Charlie Kirk would have hated them. He would have made fun of them. He would have called them a loser and a creep and a pedo. And if they're a man, he would have called them a pussy and a cuck. He would have said all sorts of things to them. And if they weren't white, he would probably, in private, refer to them under the N-word. And Charlie was very much racist, sexist, transphobic, and homophobic. He was a piece of shit, and I'm glad he's gone. Did he deserve to get murdered? No, he didn't deserve to get murdered. Nobody deserves to be murdered unless they're actually killing people. Like the GOP. They're actually murdering people. They are literal killers. They are murdering people off the coast of Venezuela. They're murdering people in their own country. The fascist playbook is running through America rampant, and I just can't. I can't anymore. Like that using heartbeat? Good. We call them ships because of relationships. My friend, what did you think it meant to me? Boat! Again, it's also technically in reference to boats, because it's whatever floats your boat in this relationship. So it actually has a double meaning, so calling a pairing a shipping is actually quite clever, and I'm not sure that people meant it that way, but it turns out that it's coincidentally very clever, and that's what I love about English, is we have so many ways to, like, describe a thing that other languages just don't have that flexibility. And I think that's why English is so very popular, too. Because we have lots of flexibility and play on words and stuff. But, like, the more I read about Danmei and, like, Chinese and stuff, like, I'm seeing that sort of thing. Like, every language has it. And this is why, like, having multiple languages in your species is actually really good. Because you have... You have a way to describe these things that you wouldn't otherwise. And, like, English pulls from every language. Without all of those other languages, English wouldn't be able to exist. And it's forever evolving. Like, ooh is a word, lol is a word, and it's just acronyms. Yeah, we should just stop calling them the far right. We should just start calling them the far Reich. Or just the Reich. I think we should do that. But yeah, English is fascinating in that regard. In some ways, it's kind of like AI, I guess, in relation. Like, you can create new things in English, but it pulls from everything else. Like, desu became a word to describe something that's sickly cute. In a sort of overt and almost mocking way, but I wouldn't say mocking, but it's ironic. Like, kawaii desu ne. That's literal Japanese, but I'll say it in English, like, as an English person, just when I see something, like, really disgustingly cute, and I just want to kind of, like, make fun of it. It's kind of like the need to, like, squeeze bubble wrap or crush things when you see something that's super adorable. I just see it highlight fucking ass. Ross, you never fail me in the auto mod department. Your rants sometimes. The auto mod is like, what is going on in here? The highlights. The highlights are great. What was the feel your bones earlier? You can still feel your bones get broken, yes. Automod blocked feel your bones. Probably because it sounded like an entendre. A double entendre. Yep. Screw the Reich. Maybe I should make a series of Antifa stickers. Maybe that's what I should do. Start selling Antifa stickers. And maple leaves with them. If you sell anything to the United States now as a Canadian, it has to have a big Made in Canada sticker on it, like on the package and everything, so it like adds to the costs of stuff that, like, because we have to change our packaging now. It's really vexing. So, like, adding that extra sticker to all of our packaging is just like... They're also trying to make transactions in Canada over $10,000 in cash illegal, like an actual criminal offense. Because they want to crack down on people getting paid under the table and avoiding taxes, and also criminals using that as a way to make extra money. But I'm like looking at it, I'm like, you know what's going to happen? The criminals are still going to use cash, and you're not going to be able to stop them. Like, what are you gonna do? Have all of the money have a tracker on it and track it everywhere it goes? No! The criminals are still gonna use $10,000 cash exchanges for lots of stuff, and you're not gonna be able to stop them. You're just gonna piss off the regular people. Oh, have you not read Project 2025, Ross? That's exactly what they're doing. Everybody should read Project 2025. Everybody. It's a playbook for dismantling the state and democracy, and they're following it. It was created by, was it John Vaught? And then Stephen Miller is the guy who's, like, second in command of all that. And he's... Vaught is now your Treasury Secretary or something like that. And while the government's shut down, which they did on purpose, they're going to dismantle all of the democratic systems. That's exactly what they're doing. They did it on purpose. The government shutdown was done on purpose, and they're blaming it on Democrats. At this point, they are literally Hitler 2.0. They're the Reich 2.0. And as far as I'm concerned, that level of evil is, well, I can't say more than that. But we all know what happened to them. And if you guys get through this and you don't have your own Nuremberg trials, I will never trust America again. And if I have any progeny, I will make sure they never trust America again. It's for the kids. Meanwhile, they're zip-tying naked children together and putting them in a box truck, separating from their parents and saying, fuck them kids. Yeah. Hypocrites. Every accusation from the Reich is an admission of guilt. Every last one of them. The leftists are violent. They're murderers. That meme of the head turning. The lefts are pedos. Meme of the head turning puppet one. Like. It won't change unless the people do something at this point. If you keep letting it happen, nothing's going to change. And the fact that your generals and your admirals and stuff are all quitting after that one thing, no, they shouldn't quit. They should stay in place and not let any more bad guys get in, and they should turn around and they should arrest the GOP for treason. Because that's what they're committing. They're committing treason. By your own laws, they have committed treason. And no one's arresting them. I just don't understand it. Like, watching it happen, I just don't understand it. Like, in 1930s Germany, we didn't have information dissemination like we do. We do now. They should have been arrested a long time ago and charged with treason. But no one's doing anything about it. My channel will probably get banned, honestly, if this gets out. And I don't care. I'll just create a new one. Circumvent the rules just like everybody else who's evil does. I'd like to see them try and stop me. You should have a plan to leave the country. If you're not white, you absolutely should. When I moved out of my building, there were these guys who had another U-Haul parked across from mine. Like, the backs of the U-Hauls are facing each other, and they were moving out the day before, and they didn't finish in time through their window of being able to, like, park there and use the elevator. And I found out they were moving to Georgia. Not the country of Georgia, the state of Georgia. And they weren't white. They were Iranian or very near that area. And I was like, oh my god, I'm sorry. There's Automod again. Ross, you give Automod a workout. That's not how it works. Say, we, the bad guys, can only do that. You can't. You're supposed to be the good ones, so we can take advantage of you. It's an asshole. Automod again. Video border patrol asshole. The person going back to Canada, and the asshole was like, "Don't come back to America. Don't worry, we won't." No, you want them to say the quiet part out loud so you know exactly who they are. No, I don't think any Canadian should cross the border from now on. We should just close it. We should close the border. Canadians can no longer go south. We should stop all trade and trade with everyone else. We've got our own ports. The Northwest Passage is nice and open now because, you know, global warming and shit. Automod really doesn't like the word asshole. At this point, I should just tell Automod to ignore Ross. If I could, I would, but I can't. But I do enjoy it. Norway isn't much better. No. Norway. Norway is definitely... Norway is a paradise compared to America fantasy. Norway's a fucking paradise. Cheese? Cheese is here. He's not watching my stream.
Hello, stream.
I'm not even half joking. There is no God, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, no, I don't believe in God either. I like fantasy-related things. So, you know, gods and fantasy are really interesting. You can have a lot of fun with that, but that's all they are, is fantasy. Norway for the win! Exactly. Norway has a lot of great stuff. What? Yeah, but then I won't be able to lift it. When I empty the litter, I have to take the whole tray out, take it all the way downstairs, out the back door, and throw it in the compost.
You can ask me to lift.
Winter's gonna be fun.
Poor guy, all I hear is scraping against plastic.
No, he's clawing the side. It's deep enough for him.
On the bottom. It goes on the side too.
Yeah, it's because he's trying to clean his paws. Sorry, Tesla's in the litter box and Cheese is watching and he's commenting about how the litter's not deep enough. The litter is deep enough. A lot of people put their own feelings into a story. Yeah, it's called art. It's called art, Ross. Art is expressionism. You can't do art without a personality. This is why AI art is soulless and slop. Like, you look at it and you know it's not real. Because it lacks any kind of human feeling. Even the photography that I am painting is artwork. So I'm replicating someone else's piece of art. And even though, like, it's a moment of a snapshot of time. A snapshot of a moment in time. Good job, English. It's still artwork. Somebody had to decide to take a picture of these two people in that moment and capture that expression. So when I am done this piece, I will be referencing the photographer as well, and if they have any social links. So I'm probably going to contact Berg Schneider and ask them who the photographer was, so that I can uplift another artist from a different medium. What God allows the deaths of billions, exactly. This is why I don't believe in God. And then there's the whole, like, if you don't believe in God, you're gonna, like, suffer for eternity. Like, fuck that. If somebody's gonna punish me for not believing in them, then I don't want to believe in them. I'll take the punishment, thank you. It's like, fuck that. Cheese, are you still in here? No, Cheese is not in here. He disappeared. Just snuck out behind me. I smell coffee. I can. My dad makes coffee at about this time every day, and I can smell it. It smells so good. And then usually whenever he finishes making coffee, he goes, "Fresh coffee!" And he like yells it out so that everybody in the house can hear it. I know one day I will miss that, but yeah. Every year does Norway have a commercial about anti-scam, protect your information as Norwegians care about it. But yeah, it's the Canadian House Hippos thing. Hold on, I'll see if I can find it. I might be able to play it on stream. I don't have a way to show... I don't have a way to show video. I haven't set that up because I don't like to show my browser. But I will link it in the chat. And I will, where to share this? This doesn't fit anywhere. I will share this into the clips and stream topics, which is now there. There is a clips channel, so if I ever do something really funny, please clip it. I encourage it. Apparently, Automod doesn't like the term GTFO. Well, what you're seeing now in the United States is like a severe brain drain, just like what happened to Russia and Germany. Like, you guys had your space program and your nuclear program because of the brain drain from World War II, where the smart people left and they fled early. All of your top scholars on fascism have already fled your country. They just up and left. They uprooted their whole family. They sold their homes, everything. They've just left, and they've gone either to Canada or they've gone overseas. Oh yeah, we value the arts in Canada very much. A lot of places like Montreal and Vancouver and Toronto have huge filming industries. Hollywood often comes up to film stuff in Canada just because it's cheaper and it's beautiful. I'm gonna bring up CSA alternative storyline. Tell my story because during the Civil War, the Confederacy wins because they get assistance from other nations, resulting in a very different, shittier USA. Yeah. Well, like, look at Korea. All of Korea would be North Korea if the United States had not helped South Korea. And can you imagine all of those people suffering like that? And I think you guys are very, very, very close to another civil war. And it's disturbing because once you collapse into civil war, Russia and China are just going to turn around and do everything bad they can. North Korea is probably going to attack South Korea. It will be World War III. And the United States won't be there to step in because you'll be too busy fighting each other, and it was set up that way. Donald Trump is 100% a Russian plant. Pretty sure Melania is a Russian plant. And Donald Trump has so much dirt Like, he is so filthy that the reason he hasn't gone in and stopped Russia now is because Putin has all of that dirt on him. And he doesn't want it to get out. And that's why the war in Ukraine is still going. And all of the fools in Europe are like, oh, we need to do diplomacy first. No, Macron had the right idea. He's like, fuck this. They weren't war crimes the first time. We don't do war crimes, we only create them. And believe me, if the United States attacked us, they would definitely FAFO. 100%. Do not confuse our niceness for weakness. It takes a lot of strength to be nice to assholes. It takes so much strength. We are so patient with the United States right now. We're just so patient. It's like dealing with a toddler having a temper tantrum, except this toddler has a gun, and you don't, and they know how to use it. And they're threatening you. So it's more like dealing with an angry teenager with a gun and weapons, one who has a violent past and was never told no, and you finally said no and they've lost their shit. That's exactly what's happening. You know, I watch a lot of like police videos in my spare time, a lot of investigations, and you see it a lot where the parents are finally having enough, like with your brother Ross, and violence happens. Irreversible violence. Your parents have let too much go with your brother. And that's why I worry about you. Because he's already fucked up his life and he's fucking up everybody else's around him, and when people finally tell him no, he might decide that, why should I listen? Zero difference between the two parties? There's quite a bit of difference, but the Democratic Party is full of cucks and pussies. Cucks and pussies are only interested in lining their own pockets. But they're not evil. The right wing are evil. My whole life, my family has said that the United States is one party away from a dictatorship. You're now half a party away from a dictatorship. Because that's pretty much all that's left. Hope is a cliche. Yeah, it is. But hope also keeps people together. Hope can bring people together too. It's when there's no hope left, that's when truly you've lost, I think. Canada, why would you give a gun to a child? UK, USA felt unsafe. Canada, now I feel unsafe. UK, would you like a gun? We have guns. We have plenty of guns. We're just not willing to use them on people. That's the difference. All of our gun laws prevent the crazies from having the guns. Only responsible people get guns, and that's if they want to. Now, yes, of course, there are some criminals who get guns illegally, but it's really hard. And you know what? All of those guns, they come from the United States. U.S. is complaining about us and the fentanyl problem, which, like, it's untrue. The fentanyl doesn't come across the border. There's, like, 10 instances where we caught fentanyl coming across the border for, like, the last decade. And, most of it just comes internally and from China and Mexico. So the whole thing about fentanyl crossing the border from Canada is a complete and utter lie, and it's just to try and crush Canada financially so that we fold to the United States. And we looked at that and went, nah, bro, we're gonna go trade with Europe. It's kind of like you've got a friend who's a bully and they bully you, and they keep taking everything from you. And I had a friend like this in grade 3 where she was like, oh, if you don't give me this snack from your lunch, I won't be your friend anymore. If you don't get off the swing and let me use it first, or use it for the whole recess, I'm not going to be your friend anymore. And in the interest of peace, we would just keep folding to her, and eventually we just said, nah, I'm gonna go be friends with this other person that you keep bullying too. And we all became friends, and she disappeared. And that's exactly what it is with the United States. We didn't want to give them our snacks from our lunchbox anymore, and we decided to go play with the other kids. And our economy's stronger than ever. It's growing fast. Probably faster than we can handle. The problem is there still aren't jobs, because a lot of the companies here are US based, and they're starting to close their stores because nobody's buying from them. And so we need to wait for other businesses to start popping up in Canada in order to be able to get our economy going. But our military's growing, our economy's growing, and it's actually really good. And a lot of scientists and doctors and academics are coming from the United States, and they're moving to Canada because, well, they're terrified of what's going on there, and a lot of their research funding has been cut off, so they're going to Canada and Europe, and the smart people are leaving your country. And if you're smart, you'll find a way to leave too. Doesn't matter what you have to sacrifice, get out of there. Because otherwise, you're going to be like the people in East Germany. I don't mean to alarm you, but you're going East Germany real fast, and it's terrifying. They're also trying to ban instances of trans, so mentions of trans things or anything that's contrary to the biological functions of the sexual organs with which you were born can earn you a $100,000 fine and 20 years in prison in Michigan. I don't think that law is going to pass, but that's something they're trying to do, and they're trying to find a way to permanently ban you from the internet if you talk about things that are against the moral social order. So, yeah, they're starting to police your morals and police your speech and police your sex. It's absurd. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. And they're trying to make these laws actual criminal offenses to talk about someone's biology. If that law passes, even my own problems with my biology, my endocrine system being fucked up because I have PCOS, would be illegal to talk about. It would be 20 years in prison if I were to talk about how my ovaries don't work. as much as I don't want to have them. But that's where that law is. It would be illegal to talk about reproductive health. It would outlaw the fact that intersex people exist. So anyone who's intersex in the state of Michigan, you're illegal. 20 years in prison for existing. Yep, and the Nazis did the exact same thing. Anything on the topic of transgender was taken and burned. That was the book burnings. Trans history was erased in 1930s Germany. Art, science, medicine. They're following the Nazi playbook, page by page, line by line. And they're quite deep into it. So if you're trans, get the fuck out of the United States. There are so many people who have disappeared. Immigrants, the ones that they've arrested and taken to ICE facilities, they've just disappeared. Nobody knows where they are. Nobody knows if they're still alive. And I think you're probably going to find in 10, 15 years that those people are already dead. I would not be surprised. I know it's hard to hear. It's a tough topic. But I don't think those people who they can't find are even alive anymore. Or they're in some third world country prison and they're probably still not alive anymore. I think they're secretly shipping them off. And I know it's dark and really, really bad to talk about, and I have so many friends in the States who are trans, gay, bisexual. They're just people. And, like, I'm trying not to be a downer. I know my stream is supposed to be, like, chill morning vibes, but if you don't talk about it and you stick your head in the sand and ignore it, nothing is ever going to change. And getting angry about it isn't the way to do it. Getting angry about it just upsets you. You need to wake up, look at the situation, make your plans, and get out. And I archive all of my streams. So, I hope I am proven wrong. I call out to every part of the universe in hopes that I am wrong. Cheese has brought me a half a slice of bacon. How generous. Thank you. Oh, it's still hot. Thank you for breakfast. Wow. Well, that cheered me up. Bacon.
Are you being all emo?
I'm talking about the tough things. I'm not being emo. I'm being realistic.
That never leads to happy place.
Stop maturing the app.
We're all going to die. Oh, hey, a duck. It's all good now. Yep. Bacon. Rub some bacon on it.
I gotta go listen to that.
Donald Trump, rub some bacon on it. That's a waste of bacon. No, Ross. Don't be mad. Just, as my dad says, good things come to those that have options. So don't think about renewing your passport. Just go do it. I know. Don't be sad. You're not hopeless. Yeah, because I'm never going to watch the series, but just Ross. Don't be hopeless. There is always hope. Look, the Berlin Wall fell in 89. East Germany became all of Germany. There is always hope. As long as you survive, there is hope. Your country is not beyond hope, because people like you still exist. As long as the good people still exist and they're willing to stand up to evil, there is always a reason to continue fighting. Never, ever, ever give up fighting. If you have to go stand in front of a government office with a sign and do nothing and say nothing, look at China. China had the white paper thing. They're not allowed to protest the government. They were being arrested for holding up a piece of white paper. You're not there yet. You're allowed to still have stuff written on your signs. You're still allowed to stand in front of an office with a sign that says, I am against this. You still have local elections. You can still vote for your sheriff and your city council. And I 100% think that people need to get involved in that. You need to get your neighbors involved. You need to talk to everyone you know and say, look, the only way we're going to fix this is from the municipality up. We need good people running our towns and our cities. We need our sheriff of our police force to say, no, you can't bring ICE into our cities. You need your mayor to say, no, you're not bringing the National Guard. You need your governor to say, you're not bringing the National Guard into my cities. You can fix it, but you have to do it from the ground up. You have to do it from the smallest areas all the way up to the top. You have to talk to each other. And I think, like, while we have the ability to talk to people from around the world, we've forgotten how to talk to our neighbors. The people who live next door to us. The thing about fascists and the Reich is they were bullies with big sticks. But the thing about bullies is, if you scold them and put them in their place, and you actually have the authority to put them in their place, they fold like a house of cards. They fold like a bad hand because that's all they are. And they know it. They know they don't actually have power. You know, your Second Amendment allows for militias to form in the event that the government tries to take over, right? You also know that even if the United States pulled all of its military personnel away from the rest of the planet, they don't have a snowball's chance in hell of taking out the people if everybody decides to say no. There just aren't enough of them. And a lot of them, they're like, well, my family's part of this community, so I can't. So, as long as you don't give up in your civil participation, I think the United States still has a good chance of recovering. The problem is, with so much happening and, you know, the news cutting you down and showing you the worst of the worst all the time, or just not even talking about the worst, and then you find out about it from the independent media, and you feel so hopeless. It's important to remember that the TV channels aren't nearly as powerful as people talking to each other, and they don't want you to communicate with each other. They don't want you to go and talk to somebody. Just talk to somebody who's a MAGA and be like, hey, why do you believe this? Can you tell me why you believe this? And then you try to find the loopholes in their logic, and don't push them towards them, but you need to guide them towards them. Like, I saw one video yesterday where a guy was wearing a shirt of, it was a picture of Hillary, and it said something like, if you vote for a bitch, you're gonna get one, or something like that. And then, like, the reporter was like, oh, so what do you think of the leftist rhetoric, and, you know, do they need to tone it down a bit? And the guy's like, absolutely, they say the most awful and wretched things. And he's like, oh yeah, like vote for a bitch and you get one. And you see the light bulb just like trying to flicker on above this guy's head, and he's like, oh, he's talking about me, you know. And what you need is that light bulb moment where you get them to see that they are actually the problem, and they've been swept up so deep in the wave that they're already drowning and they don't realize it. Many years ago, I watched a documentary on a guy who was a white supremacist, and he had been in and out of jail his whole life. He had all sorts of Nazi tattoos on him, and whenever, you know, social workers and people dealt with him, it was always with the police involved. And then he got a black female social worker, and she never brought the cops with her. She was always polite and kind and honest with him, and they became best friends. They became great friends. He got out of the white supremacy hole, and he actually got his tattoos covered up, and in some cases removed if he could. And he stopped getting in trouble with the law. He started to become a good person. He started working with other people to bring them out of that rabbit hole. It's like a riptide, except it's an insidious one. It's more like a slow glacial drift. People getting dragged into these holes, and you need to, and they don't want to get out. You know, you're boiling to death in a hot tub, and you don't want to get out because, oh, it feels comfortable, and it feels really comfortable, and suddenly you're like, God, it's getting a little bit uncomfortable, but like, oh, if I get out, I'll get cold because I'm all wet, and the air is cold, and every time I bring my head above water or my shoulders above water, it's really cold and uncomfortable because I have to face the outside. I'll just stay here in this hot water, and you're not realizing it's getting hotter and hotter and hotter. It's like the frog boiling analogy, except that thing is already proven to be wrong. If the water gets too hot, a frog will jump out. That's just how it is. So somebody proved that analogy incorrect. But it works for humans because humans are stubborn. The ostrich sticking its head in the sand thing is also a false analogy. Animals are smarter than us because we have the capacity to be stubborn and not change our behavior out of sheer spite. Humans are the only creatures that do this kind of thing. I've talked about the dark subjects for too long, and I've noticed the people don't want to talk. I'm sorry. It was a heavy Monday. The weekend had some pretty heavy news that upset me greatly. Between the AI bullshit and the fuck them kids video. And then seeing Ross sad and feeling hopeless. I don't want people to feel hopeless. I don't want you to give up. I may have created an accidental water ring on my desk. Damn. Is that my balance? Tesla is here behind me. Whoop. You know, he doesn't care. He's a cat. I just don't want you guys to give up hope. But I'm a realist. I want you to all know that giving up is the worst thing you can do. Feeling hopeless is the worst thing. You know, I know hope is a fucking cliche, but I also say cliches exist for a reason. Well, Fantasy, enjoy your gaming club. You're safe in Norway, so don't worry about it. Well, safer. The world is not a safe place right now, but we can make it safe by just talking to each other. And I think talking about things. I know everybody's overwhelmed and stressed, and I think the thing to remember is to just remain calm but vigilant. Okay? And prepared. If there's anything you can do, to help yourself feel more prepared for possibly anything, whether it's just bad weather, a power outage, you know, that will bring you some peace of mind. There's not much you can do about, like, the crazy shit that's happening between governments right now, but, like, making sure you have a pantry or a backup power source, like a, you know, if you can, get a solar panel so that you can, like, charge your phone so you can keep connected to the internet. Do some research on VPNs and how to get one in, like, you know, KGB, he lives in Russia and he's still able to log into Twitch and connect with us, even despite all of the strict regulations against that sort of thing. You know, he finds a way around it. So there's always hope, as long as people can talk to each other and are prepared for taking care of first themselves, then those immediately closest to you, and then your neighbors. And if your neighbors are prepared to also take care of themselves, then you won't have to take care of your neighbors. And that's the thing about tribes and villages. That's how we survived for so long as a species, is we helped one another. And we didn't let corruption win. We didn't let the bad guys fully take over everywhere. There's always people who are going to fight. There's always going to be pockets of freedom and fairness and light. And while things are scary, as Ryan Hall y'all says, don't be scared, be prepared. whether you're susceptible to floods, tornadoes, political violence, the best thing you can do is be prepared. And if it's a small thing as having a stash of cash hidden away in your house in a secret box, please don't hide it in your mattress. That's always the first place I check. You know, or just selling your belongings and leaving the country. If it's little things like that, I know that's a big thing, but like if that's a thing you're able to do, is just drop everything and leave, you're probably good. Yeah, there are people who are like, oh, I'm not going to vote for either party because they're evil, so I'm just not going to vote. And it's like, you're part of the problem. I've had friends say that to me in the past. They're like, I don't agree with any of the political parties, so I'm just not going to vote. And I'm like, you've got to choose the lesser of all the evils, because if everybody does that, and then all of the fanatics for the evil party all go vote, you're just screwing yourselves and everybody around you. Like, shame on you. If you don't vote, shame on you. Yeah, see where the wind is blowing. I've already left the country. Yeah. But, you know, there's still your municipal elections. You can vote in those. You know, if you've got a vote for sheriff coming up, make sure you vote in that, because a sheriff can decide how things go in his town. What laws that his officers focus on, his or her officers focus on. You know, preventative policing. You know, maybe they want to get their officers better training to deal with more sensitive topics. As someone who's police trained, one of my favorite things about Canadian policing is the fact that we focus on preventative policing and community policing. So we make sure we're out there meeting the people. You know, we're out on bicycles, or in Kitchener Park, Victoria Park in Kitchener. Like, we had a horse officers. Like, they had horses. And we focus on preventing crime as opposed to reacting to it. And it's the same thing with government and fascism. You can prevent that instead of react to it. And America's always been very reactionary and very self-involved. America has this tendency to be like, we're the greatest, we're the number one, there's nothing wrong with us, we're perfect. And that hubris is part of what's led you to where you are today. Yeah, if you're not voting for the lesser of the two evils, you're literally shooting yourself in the foot. Because the third party is not going to be possible. Because eventually, the lesser of the two evils is also not going to be possible. Yeah, well, soon they won't even have a choice. That's just the way it is. My brother sent me a video on the player housing in WoW. I'm still not going to play WoW because that's supporting Blizzard, and Blizzard is not a good company. Still not gonna play WoW. Yeah, well, you don't let them move the goalposts. You just simply don't let them. You need to dig your heels in to freedom as much as the fascists dig their heels in. We've been folding for too long. We've been playing nice for too long, and we need to stop playing nice. Hold them accountable. That is what you need to do. You need to have Nuremberg trials. The DC trials. That's what they're going to be called, probably. Or the White House trials. It'll be a moment in history. When the United States saves itself from fascism, it will be a moment in history. And this era of politics in the United States will be talked about for centuries. I have no doubt about that. It will be talked about for centuries. You will, Ross. You will. You have a support system. People who are friendly to you. People who will help you. God knows. I will do everything in my power. Yes, and our standards have shifted to allow worse and worse things, and we need to start holding people accountable. This is why, like, I'm very outspoken when somebody does something bad. Sai will often be like, "Oh, that's mean to say that out loud." And I'm like, no, you need to shame people. Think public shaming. Like Neff's neighbor. Neff told me the other night that he found out that his neighbor spent like $1,000 on a Trump flag. And I'm like, this person needs to be shamed. Shame her. Shame her. Shame, shame, shame. Maple MAGA, shame them all. I have plenty of people in the United States who would gladly trade citizenship with these people. You want to be American so bad? You love Trump so much? Okay. You want to go live in Florida? Ross, you want to exchange citizenship with this lady? Maybe I'll post on Blue Sky and at Charlie Angus later and be like, we need a citizenship exchange. If Maple MAGA loves America so much, let's have a citizenship exchange. Yep. I agree with that last statement. Or it should be the rainbow flag. I think everybody should start carrying the rainbow flag proudly. Make the American flag rainbow. Or rainbow stars and stripes. How about that one? Cheese is trying to lure Tesla out of my room. That's the closest I could find. It's not enough stripes, I know, but... Yep. Isn't it like 13 stripes or something for the 13 colonies? You are really good at remembering quotes, by the way, Ross. You're really, really good at it. Did you know that? I can't quote stuff like that. That's crazy. I know your special skill, Ross. Yes, but you remember that those quotes exist to be able to look them up, too. I don't. I'm not good with that sort of thing. You have a special skill. Just so you know. If you apply that skill to something like politics, to hold people accountable, kind of like the media does whenever Trump says something and then they find him saying something opposing whenever the other guys were in power. Where he's like, it's the fault of the president of the United States that the government shuts down because he's the one who should be bringing people together. And then he's like, it's the Democrats' fault that the government is shut down. Like, no, it's your fault because you're the guy in charge. You're the guy who's supposed to bring everybody together, but you won't. You refuse to listen to them because you're a pussy bitch. No, you see, that's the difference. You hold yourself accountable for your actions because you're an adult. Yeah, because you're an adult. That's what it means to be an adult. Donald Trump never grew up. He's still a teenager. He's still a 17, 18-year-old rich boy who had everything given to him and was never told no. Even at 80 plus, or whatever he is at now. I don't know how old the fucker is, but I wish he would just fucking die already. I'll say it. I'll say it loud and proud. I wish he would just die. I wish he would drop dead. He doesn't deserve assassination. He's not good enough for that. He's not evil enough for that. He's just a loser. The World War Z novel was much better than the movie. I didn't actually read the novel, but I have seen parts from it, and Sai really likes World War Z. and the zombie survival guides. So I really like zombie stuff. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick break. I have to go to the bathroom. Alright, I'm back. Hi. Imagine being on the ISS during a zombie outbreak and just watching the whole world go to shit. The reason why zombies are so scary is because they are to us what we are to other animals. We're just persistent predators who will walk you to death. I was playing 7 Days to Die last night with Puma and Sai and Classy and Rukia. It was a lot of fun. I wish they were available now to play more. I feel like I have not gotten much done today. I'm too busy talking about really heavy subjects. I'm really sorry about that, guys. I'm preaching to the choir when I talk about this stuff. Although I sometimes hope that, you know, some stranger's gonna come in and hear it and be like, this is what I needed to hear. Does anybody have anything lighter we can talk about? I found another Stars and Stripes one. This one feels more appropriate. It's difficult, is what it is. It's a difficult topic. If you were a trainer, what will you have in your Pokemon team? I have no idea. I don't know that much about Pokemon to really say it. I mean, if I were nameless, it'd probably be a Drifloon. How many Pokemon can you have in your team? I don't even know anymore. Oh, people are going somewhere. Nobody told me anything. I'm being abandoned. You gonna have 6? The Drifloon. A Chandler. I seem to like the ghost types. Can't really think of any others off the top of my head, to be honest. Those are just 2 that I like. I'm not very good with the Pokemons. I'm probably going to be fixing my desk today. Well, let me put all of this into a folder. What is this? Okay, so you know how my desk here, like this in my room. So my room is. Why am I doing this way? My room is shaped like this, right? Got the closet here. The door opens this way. Closet is like that. We've got a bay window. So a little bit more like this. And yes, this is purposeful placement. This section of the wall here is a lot bigger than this section of the wall here. And right now, like, I've got the little nightstand that comes out to about here, and then my bed. And then I've got the two IKEA cube shelves that come out to here. And then I've got the dresser here. Trying to make this somewhat accurate. And right now my desk is like right here. Jesus Christ, that's noisy. And my chair here. Charizard, Arcanine, Nidoqueen, Gyarados, Venusaur, Mewtwo. Hold on a sec. My dad just came and gave me a note. So, my desk, I think it's called a Goliath. So it's an old IKEA desk. It's got this, this metal frame like this, and then these big feet that stick out. And then another little thing, and then the desk comes out this way. And it's the same thing on the other end. Oh, that's a bloody mess, isn't it? Alright, well, you get the point. It's got these square feet. And then it's got this other little shelf on top. Oops. These actually come up a little bit higher on the top. So this like peeks up over the edge here. Okay. So the biggest problem with my desk is it has this big open back. And then the next biggest problem, there's like this little curve thing here that's actually a cutout. You can probably sometimes hear it when the arms of my chair like hits the desk and it goes. It's really vexing. Right? So this part I can't really do anything about, so we can ignore that. The worst part is this shelf doesn't match up with the back of the desk. So anything I put up here, because the desk is against the wall here, it's like there's this little gap at the top of my desk. Here, put in a little. Actually, it's probably more in the center. Yeah. So it's actually in the center. It's not great. So, what I want to do is take this and turn it this way. So that my desk is facing the door. Or not, so that my back is not facing the door. Those are the words that I wanted to say. And, but the problem is, I've got that, little shelf problem. With the gap at the back, so stuff falls off and breaks. But there was an old desk in this room that was my old desk, and it had a desktop kind of like this. It's in the same color even, the like IKEA birch veneer press board particle board bullshit. So what I want to do is extend or replace this shelf with a new version of the desktop so that it would match up with this. So it would have to come out a little bit further to be balanced. And then I'm going to put a backer board here. And probably some little side pieces.
so that I can have this facing this way. Like that. So I think that's gonna be my plan for the rest of the day. So that I can have a functioning desk and not have my back to the door, because I really, really hate having my back to the door. Don't mind me, I'm just drawing in the desk properly. Or at least as properly as I can get. But yeah, that's kind of the plan. Because having people just walk into my room up behind me is driving me absolutely insane. So yeah, I may need to do some work to modify it, but I think that's gonna be a better plan. And I have all the materials here to do it. At least I'm pretty sure I do. I'm sorry if I made your day worse. I've been given concussion. Blech. Thanks for the hydrate, Daph. Yeah. Yeah, it's more accurate representation. Just going by spacing. The room's probably a little bit too short. That's alright. Sounds like quite a character. Ah! The hideout from death. So yeah, we have desk design, still working on the bed design. Let's drop all of this into a folder. And of course we have the bed design in progress. I think you've talked about this character before. Now if I could just figure out how to make everything in my room look unified. There's like 5 different IKEA lines in my room. And then I'm gonna have a handmade bed. This short title, I just went to my YouTube, and it's like, suspect panics and bolts after officer jokes his horse can smell drugs. People are so dumb. I mean, great for the cop. That's hilarious. More hydrates from death. Necromancer! Hello! Thanks for the stretch, and not one of those today. Oh, that was perfect timing. Oh, everybody make sure you stretch. Stretch your legs, stretch your back, stretch your arms. Oh, yeah. I'm going to run downstairs real quick and get my coffee. Since nobody else is here to have coffee with, I can have coffee with you guys. coffee. Hi, Nuggies. Oh, are you exploring? There's nobody else in the house right now, and I think he knows it. It's just me and him. So how's everybody doing? I know subjects today were heavy. We now have a cat. He is receiving pats and loves. You smell like fresh laundry. Shocking. Why do you smell like fresh laundry? You never smell like this. I actually don't know that one. You literally smell like laundry detergent, Tesla. I hope we got a tiny purr at least. Did you get any purrs? Tesla literally smells like the laundry detergent my family uses, so I think he found someone's laundry to rub into. I actually put my clothes away now, because there's no room to put anything else anywhere else. There's so much stuff in here, guys. I'm losing my mind. It's mostly because the closet is full of stuff that's not mine. I can't get at the closet. And the stuff that I would normally store inside my bed is now stacked up against the only walking space I have. I'm living like a hoarder. I have like a path to get to the places that I need to. It's driving me nuts. And I still haven't finished unpacking all of my boxes. I am glad that you got some cat time. I just finished taking a sip, Cora. Hello. My family makes coffee that's strong enough. It really should have, like, a corrosive label on it. And this is actually watered down with lots of cream in it. At least it's decaf. I think that's the first time in my life the smell of fresh cut grass has not made me want to throw up. Wow. It's giving me a bit of a headache, but it actually smells good for once in my life. Maybe because I hardly ever smell it now. I'll get sick of it eventually. It's usually like when it's really, really strong, I just want to... But yes, that's the plan for modifying my desk. I need to figure out a way to unify all the furniture in my room so that it at least, you know, looks like it belongs together. So the bed's probably going to end up being like a black color. Maybe let's, I could probably in the warm ranges. Because I like that espresso black-brown color. Oh, maybe that's what I should do. Maybe I should leave, like, the inside of the bed, like, a different, yeah, maybe I should leave the inside of the bed a different color. The plan should be pretty straightforward. My dad was like, "Oh, I need to figure out what kind of fittings are inside the top of this shelf," and I'm like, "It's just screws. It's just screws that go into the wood, as far as I can tell." The shelf basically needs to be extended about 4 to 6 inches on either side. And then the backing board, like, we already have a big piece of hardboard that was being used to create painting boards to do paintings on. Let's see, what's this? This is... probably just turn that off, to be honest. So let's see if I can bring up one of the pieces of furniture that I do have. This is the dresser that I have. This isn't a photo of mine, obviously. Let's just get rid of all of the extra bits around here. Ugh. So we're not hindered by the ideas of someone else's space here. Probably should have just brought up the actual picture from IKEA. This is probably better. We'll get rid of this one. There we go. Okay, so this is what my IKEA dresser is. And so I want to create more of a unified look. I really like the Hemnes furniture. I have 2 Hemnes bookshelves too. So it all has this same kind of... it's called black brown, but it's sort of like usually referred to as espresso. This? Oh, that's that. Okay. This thing too is also that. Alright, see you later, Necromancer. There's always a problem. We can only look to the past. As long as you keep doing that, nothing will ever change. IKEA was nice. Their stuff isn't as great anymore. See if I can, what's this? Let's name that layer. Turf that layer. I just named that folder bead, like B-E-E-D, instead of bed. And I just didn't care. Let's actually try to draw this properly. Instead of just being a fucking mess. Yeah, the back doesn't quite look like this. Let's turn this off. Let's turn that off. Let's at least try to be tidy about it. We're drawing furniture today, guys. It's very quick furniture, but it's still furniture. I like being able to make the quick lines. I could use a 2-point perspective ruler for this, but I'm not very good with the Clip Studios rulers. Yeah, it's a little bit wonky, but that's alright. Doesn't have to be perfect. And we want this. I'm going to set this as a reference layer. I think that's what we can do with that. Okay, that's not going to work. Okay, I'm going to turn that off reference layer, and then we're just going to select inverse, and then no, I had a transparency left. There we go. Holy shit, how long have I been muted? I have been talking for like an hour. Like, when did I mute? I have been saying thank you for the hydrates, and all this time I asked Neff how he was. No one said anything. Yeah, well, it's, people went out shopping. Like, my mom and my brother went shopping, and my dad went out for a walk, so there was no family coffee time today. Did you hear me say have a good meeting? Welcome back, Ross. Apparently I've been muted this entire time and you've just never said anything. You've been talking this whole time and I have been responding to you. You did say... you did understand that I said bead and not bed, right? You said that was adorable. How did I get muted? If I press the M key... No, that's in my chat. Press M... No. It still puts me in the chat. I wonder if there's some sort of shortcut key that I hit by accident. Forgot to realize that you muted for a while. I thought you did that on purpose. No! No. I have no idea how long I've been muted. Let's see if there's any shortcut keys. Hotkeys. Nope, I don't have any hotkeys set. I don't know how long I've been muted. Yeah, Mute Juice, come on over. What is the temperature today? Oh, I gotta change that. It's only 25, feels like 29 here, and honestly, I don't even feel it at all. Drop my phone. I've apparently forgotten my Steam password. I can only get so naked in this heat. Mute Juice! Hey Hira! How you doing today? I am not muted anymore. Apparently I was muted for a really long time and I'm trying to figure out when it was that I muted. I'm working on a design for my bed. or the bead as we're calling it. This is what I have so far. Very quick design. And we're just working on finalizing it. It's in reference to the dresser that I already have, which is this. We're just working on furniture design. That's all I was saying. I am now unmuted. I've been trying to figure out how long I was muted. You accidentally streamed in your room for 2 hours while you were away. Oh no. This is also why I don't have an actual camera. Like a little while ago, I forgot to turn off the stream too when I raided out to somebody, and somebody did a hydrate to me while I was just sitting there watching videos. Merci, merci. We were working on Fox and Crow earlier, too. You missed my quick and dirty education on the difference between a liquid fluoride thorium reactor and a water-based reactor. Nuclear reactors, that is. And why liquid fluoride thorium reactors, or lifters, or MRSA, molten salt reactors, can't explode because they're not under pressure. Unlike water reactors. But yes, I'm trying to come up with some sort of design here that matches the furniture I have, but also like fits the aesthetic that I like, which is very Asian. Our references are like ancient Chinese beds. And while I would really love to do a curved sort of thing, it's just it's just a whole lot of nope. Where's that one frame? I can duplicate this. We'll bring this over here. Turn off our refs. Probably the best way to go about this, since it was sort of square. Actually try and match these lines like this. Something weird going on here. duplicate it. You drag it over. You make it smaller. Still a little bit weird. It's really messy, but I think it works. Duplicate this one, let me turn it back on. Ugh, it's all crooked. This isn't the final design, it's just referential to the aesthetic. When Mewjuice gets here, I will be ending stream, just so you guys know. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? Like this. Oops. Transform. Flip horizontal. Wait. those together. Edit. Transform. Flip. That is not what I want to do. Said duplicate. Duplicate first. Edit. Transform. Flip vertically. Merge. Clean up. That's how you do that. The easier way to do it would just be using a symmetry ruler and a line tool. Brushing out the mats for my hair. It's only somewhat presentable. Fair enough. Let's see if we can. Ah. So we're gonna do this. I'm gonna grab this. And then select object. Hold on a sec. Oh, thank you. I had Sai order something for me. My microphone is off. It's muted.
Oh, okay, talk.
Oh wait, no, that's my music. Hold on. Alright, I'm back. Enjoy your nap in the shade, Ross. Uthway! Yeah, you make one and then you copy and paste it to make the rest. And it makes it so much easier. I mean, look at that. It's a little bit wonk. Part of the problem is getting the straight lines. Because I'm doing it by hand, the lines aren't necessarily going to be perfectly straight. Knowing me, I would have mitered corners on the sides. Just to add that little bit of difference in shape. Let's get rid of these other two. And then we can get rid of the original sketch. And that, the original sketch. And we can turn off the guide. Why is my keyboard not working? Okay, is it because there's a guide on this? Delete the ruler on this one. See if that's the problem. That was the problem. Part of the problem also is, like, you can shift it out of alignment, so I have to be very careful like that. See, it's not perfectly square either, because again, I was doing it by hand. And now it's too wide. It will never be perfect. That is fine. And because my perspective is like way off, this is what we get. These should be able to flip on the corner and be the same. And this one, theoretically, you're supposed to be able to just go like this and move it over, but that's probably not going to work either. I wonder if I can modify this in this fashion. It's a little bit better. Yeah, I definitely didn't draw it at that angle with way. I just sketched it out. The fact that I'm trying to do all of this, like, fiddly bits work. I hear a big truck. That looks so much better. But we're getting somewhere with it. It's still far from finalized, but we at least have our desk plan for modifying the desk that we presently have, which is also drawn in very, very bad perspective. Especially right back here. This is terrible. Not even at all. Doesn't matter. But I think that's where I'm going to end things for today. Let's see if we can find somebody to raid. We did furniture work. We did a smidge of work on Fox and Crow. We had some heavy topics. Let's try to avoid those in the future. I don't really like being miserable. And like a great streamer, I have not been watching my own channel. Does anybody know what happened to Evan? I haven't seen him on for a while. I hate it when I want to see what someone's doing on their channel and I have to watch ads before I get to it. Really hate that. Ah, well, I hope everything's alright with him. It's just like all of last week, I didn't even see him either. But I think I was starting too early. Smells like cheese is cooking mushrooms. I'm gonna drop you into, Wormwood Gaming. They make high-end gaming tables. They have like a big workshop. They're pretty decently sized company now. In the United States, they make some really awesome stuff. They finally got back into live streaming, and I'm just not feeling like Moko Maid's energy today. So I will see you guys tomorrow, and hopefully we'll find something more cheerful to talk about, because let's make the world a better place. We need Happy News Girl. I like her channel. It's like Good News or something. Good News channel. I don't know. I forget what it's called, but it's great. She tells you good things, fun things. So, I'll see you guys tomorrow. We're off sailing to other waters. May the new shores be interesting. Enjoy the woodshop vibes. I love you. Bye-bye.